Welcome, friends and family, to Costa Rica, where strength meets spirit and the youngest hearts rise against the heaviest steel. Today, the juniors and sub-juniors step forward, not just to lift the bar, but to lift the limits of what the past dictated. Bar is loaded. Deep breath, a steady gaze, and with every attempt, a story is written. Cheer them on, for every lift is more than weight. It is courage in motion. Now, a chance at history for the next lifter. As they attempt to lift more than any junior has ever done, let's raise our voices, for this is power, this is passion, this is the future. As the final bar returns to the ground, we salute these young warriors of strength. Each lift, a promise, each effort, a victory. Thank you, Costa Rica, for the energy, the spirit, and the pura vida that makes these days unforgettable.
Welcome back to San Jose, Costa Rica. I'm Erasm Ivans for this evening session of the 93 kilo juniors. I am joined here by Bria Lynch, the coach of Team New Zealand. How are you feeling this afternoon?
Really good. After watching the sub-juniors this morning, I'm really excited to see what the juniors can do.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a long one. It's 3 sessions. A, B, and C have 32 lifters nominated. I hope everyone came. And from the looks of it, they did, because we have 10 lifters in Group C, presumably 11 in Group B and A. We're going to have to wait. And just taking a look at the openers already in Group C, we're going to have them ranging from 207.5 all the way to 250 kilos.
Our first lifter out will be Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico with 207.5 kilos on the bar.
And from the nominations, it would seem that the battle for the title will be between the 2 Americans, and then for the podium spots, there is a couple people close enough together that some sort of a scrap might happen.
There's been some pretty good battles come deadlifts though, and I think the American and the British coaching teams are pretty onto it in terms of numbers, so it could be quite fun. Victor is coming out now to take his first squat for 207.5. That looks like a nice, easy opener for Victor.
3 white lights, just about gets the re-rack command. I thought it was a millisecond too early there, but I think he just gets away with it.
Yeah, he might have to hold on to that with his next 2 attempts, because I know things are harder when weights are heavier. Next out will be Manny Helgason from Iceland, 215 kilos on the bar. So these are our C-group athletes, so they are the ones with the lower nominated totals. This 93 kilo junior class, as you said, it's pretty loaded. There's a lot going on.
That is a fairly easy opening attempt for Mani. 3 white lights, and you would expect that. He was opening quite a bit below his personal best.
The next out will be Srihan Raghu from South Africa, 220 kilos on the bar. Yeah, they are opening a little bit lower than their squat PBs, but then we do want first attempts to be relatively easy, so they've got a number on the board.
And that is 3 white lights, another comfortable opening attempt, which you would expect considering his nominated squat personal best is 2,215 kilos. That would either be a typo or done in some sort of a mech suit.
Yeah, that would be like a 4-ply squat suit, I can imagine. Next out will be Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero from Costa Rica, 225 kilos on the bar.
Quite an aggressive finish. Does get a red light from the center referee for depth. We'll take a look at that again on the replay.
I think that's quite hard to tell because his elbows kind of cover his hip crease, so the side referees needed to go with the benefit of the lifter. Next up we have Andy Tanji Heng from Singapore, 230 kilos on the bar.
The white lights, a good lift for the Singaporean lifter.
Get ready, bar loaded.
And his depth was really good there on that replay, not leaving anything to chance. Next out we have Tom Zabo from Belgium, 232.5 kilos on the bar. 20 kilos beneath his listed personal best.
And another easy opening attempt. As we've said multiple times throughout this competition, the opening round of any lift should be fairly uneventful.
Yeah, absolutely. If it is eventful, it does create a little bit of anxiety for the lifters and the coaches alike. Our next lifter is Nikolaos Karas from Greece, 242.5 kilos on the bar.
Two to one good lift. Another red light from the center referee.
It can be quite hard to call depth from the centre, especially if a lifter has really big quads, which as powerlifters you would expect them to have really big quads. Our next lifter out is Gabriel Embaixo from Brazil, 245 kilos on the bar.
3 white lights, a good lift for the Brazilian.
Yeah, there was a little bit of work there. Maybe it was nerves, but we'll have to see how much gas he's got left in the tank for his second and third attempt.
He was doing some sort of gesture to his coach, pointing to him leaning probably way too forward.
Quite
We'll see how the
possibly.
second round goes.
We've now got Derek Calvo Quesada from Costa Rica, 250 kilos on the bar, just 5 kilos below his listed squat PB, so he's perhaps looking to push that out a little bit today.
That is a 2-to-1 good lift. This time with a red light from the right side referee. That would usually be ever so slightly more dangerous than a center referee depth call, because the side referees do have a better view. What do you get from the replay?
I think on the replay it looked good, but that was the side he did get a white light on, and some lifters do lift a little bit lopsided, so I think, and the jury have overruled that. Just a little bit on the line there. Next up we have Gabriela Lopez from Peru, 250 kilos on the bar.
White lights, a good lift for Lopez.
We're now back to the start of this round for the second attempts. Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico, 222.5 kilos on the bar. We've just got one lifter who has yet to post a score.
Three white lights, a good lift. Ever so slightly slowing down here.
Our next lifter out will be Mani Helgason from Iceland with 230 kilos on the bar. A 15 kilo jump up from his opening attempt.
Now the bar is loaded.
That looked pretty easy for the Icelandic lifter, and he got 3 white lights. The bar is loaded now for Srihan Raghu of South Africa, 235 kilos on the bar, another 15 kilo jump up.
Oh, and it's quite a fight there.
And
Two red lights, unfortunately.
yeah, he'll have to come back and retake that on his third, but with depth and it being that slow, I'm a little bit concerned about what he's got left there. Our next lifter is Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero from Costa Rica. 240 kilos on the bar. These Costa Rican lifters are at an advantage because they have so many people here to support them.
Yeah, it's definitely something special to be able to lift at an international comp on your home soil. Quite an aggressive style of squatting. Unfortunately, two red lights from center and side for depth. We're going to take a look at the replay from the perspective where he does get the red light from.
He does have quite a wide stance as well, and as a referee that can make it a little bit harder to tell. The jury seems happy with that call though, so I don't think he'll be getting that lift overturned. We now have Tom Zabot from Belgium, 245 kilos on the bar.
And it's another really heavy second attempt here. It's three white lights, it's a good lift, but where do you go from that?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot left there for Tom's squat, I don't think, but he could come out and surprise us. I mean, crazier things have happened.
Crazier things did indeed happen, but it's like a 1 in a 20, 1 in a 30 shot. We'll see. Maybe he will surprise us.
Maybe his coach has some magic words. Our next lifter out will be Andy Tanji Heng from Singapore with 245 kilos on the bar.
Three white lights, a good lift. A relatively comfortable second attempt.
It did. I think Singapore's possibly got more to play with there than some of the other lifters who have come out. Our next lifter will be Gabriel Embaixo from Brazil, 255 kilos, and you can definitely hear the Brazilian fans in the crowd.
And I have to applaud the musical talent of the Brazilian team. The chants are getting more and more elaborate each day.
They can definitely keep rhythm a lot better than some of the other teams.
And that was unfortunately not deep enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, he gets 3 reds there, so the coach can't even question that with the jury. And 3 reds, that is rough, but I do have faith that the strength is there. So he could come back and get that on his third, should he want to reattempt that weight. We now have Nikolaos Karas from Greece with 255 kilos on the bar. This will be a 2.5 kilo squat PB if he gets it.
That is another really heavy opener. Depth goal from the center referee, but the sides are wide, so that is usually okay. We'll take a look at the replay, but definitely a fairly heavy second attempt.
We now have Derek Calvo-Caseta from Costa Rica with 255 kilos on the bar. He did miss his opening attempt on depth, so I'm hoping the extra 5 kilos gives him what he needs to get to an appropriate level. And he gets it 3 whites and he is on the board. That 5 kilos was exactly what he needed. Next out will be Gabriel Lopez from Peru with 255 kilos on the bar.
That is an absolute battle, but the spotters might have grabbed him too early this time.
Yeah, and I think that's what the centre referee is getting up to talk to us about. We are going to give him another attempt, I believe, because the squatter did take it too early, and I believe the lifter thought he could fight through that one.
Well, it definitely would have been a fight of a lifetime, but technically if the spotters did grab him or the bar before they moved downwards or before the center referee called re-rack, that isn't a spotter error, so he deserves a reattempt at the end of the round.
Yeah, so we're going to have 4 minutes now for that lifter to reset and come and retake that. Because if it isn't lifter error, then the jury and the chief referee can decide to give the lifter another attempt at it. However, this does mean that he will have 4 attempts at squats, and that can be a good thing because he can get all 3 of his attempts up there, but it can also be not so good thing because it means he's walking out and attempting a weight 4 times instead of 3 times.
Absolutely, and from how hard that was, 4 minutes for recovery, I'm not even 100% sure he's gonna come out. I probably wouldn't, to be honest.
Yeah, because he can also retake that on his 3rd attempt should he be confident with it. But it was definitely in the lifter's favour that the centre referee and the jury have elected to give him this additional attempt.
So a 4-minute clock has started running down, and he can come out and attempt the weight at any point during this 4 minutes. And we can take this time to give a shout out to our sponsors SBD, Eleiko and Visit Malta. Eleiko providing us with the platform equipment, the weights, the bars, the collars, the racks, and the pants for our spotters. SBD providing us with lifting gear, belts, singlets, t-shirts, socks, knee sleeves, elbow sleeves if you're into that. And Visit Malta providing us with a beautiful place to host a lot of competitions in the past, in the future. And of course you can go visit Malta itself even if there's no competition going on.
I believe you are right. I don't think that lifter is choosing to come out. However, the rules dictate that we do have to wait the rest of the time, 2.5 minutes. So it gives the spotters and loaders a little bit of a break, the jury a little bit of a break, the refs a little bit of a break, and us a little bit of a break.
In 1 minute, Victor Huertas, Puerto Rico, Shiran Ragu, South Africa. Get ready.
Interestingly, in this weight class in the juniors this morning, so the sub-junior 93s, all records were broken. The squat record, the bench record, the deadlift record, and the total record were broken. I'm wondering if we're going to see something similar with the juniors. However, we're probably not going to know that until we get to the A flight. So I suppose we're just going to have to wait and see. And also, I wonder if our junior male lifters in the 93 should be a little bit nervous about the talent that is coming up the ranks in terms of the sub-juniors. Keeping in mind that sub-juniors are under 19 years old, so they are all still teenagers. I do wonder what they are feeding teenagers these days.
That was an unusual situation, but thanks to the spotters and the referees, everything has been sorted out. In 20 seconds, we'll have Victor Huertas, Puerto Rico with 227.5. Shiran Ragu, South Africa, get ready.
And the lifter has elected to run out the time, so it will count as a no lift.
No lift for Peru.
But it has given the other lifters more of a break before their third attempts, and he can indeed come out and hit that again for his actual third attempt. We now have Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico with 227.5 on the bar. He has his first 2 attempts, and this is just a 5 kilo jump up from his second.
That is a 2-to-1 good lift with a yellow light for an infraction from the right side referee. We're gonna take a look at the replay. The yellow on the squat can be for a whole slew of errors. Usually it would be for a missed command.
Yeah, yellow can be for a lot of things, but if it's a missed command, normally the centre referee, would pick it up first. We now have Shiran Ragu from South Africa with 235 kilos on the bar. He did miss this on his second, so he is retaking it. Oh, the jury has overruled that previous attempt for blue, and blue can be double movement or soft lockout.
3 white lights for Shiran Ragu. That was a quite a good recovery from the 235 miss on his second attempt. Really went super deep.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were both questioning that, but I'm glad he came out and got that on his third. We now have Mani Helgason from Iceland with 242.5 kilos. It's a 12.5 kilo jump up from his second, which is it's a big jump from second to third, but if my memory serves me correctly, he has made his previous 2 attempts look pretty easy.
And that is a hard third attempt, but 3 white lights and great attempt progression there from Team Iceland.
Coming out now is Tom Zavo from Belgium, 250 kilos on the bar, a 5 kilo jump up from his second attempt. And Team Belgium is out in force in this crowd. Oh, unfortunately not today, but he can come make up some kilos in squat and, bench press and deadlift. Our next lifter out will be Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero from Costa Rica, 252.5 kilos on the bar.
That is a 2-to-1 good lift for the Costa Rican. Another depth call from the center referee, so the jury will take that under review. I think it should be all right there. It looks pretty consistent with his first and second.
Yeah, he does fold over quite a lot, which can make it harder to see as well. The next lifter out is Andy Tanji Heng from Singapore, 255 kilos, a nice 10 kilo jump up from his second attempt, which he did make look quite smooth.
And that seems to be right on point for the third attempt. 3 white lights and a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely. There was no huge difference in terms of his depth or anything, but there might have been 2.5 kilos, might not have made it up further. Next up we have Gabriel Lopez from Peru, 255 kilos on the bar. He did miss this on his second attempt, so he is coming to retake it.
And unfortunately just cannot get out of the hole.
Get ready. Bar loaded, no more changes for the B-group.
Out now we have Nikolaos Karas from Greece with 257.5 kilos on the bar.
It's an absolute fight. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think he had a single gram left in him there. That was spot on from the Greek team. But he did get a red light in the centre for depth, so the jury will have a look at it. But I think that looks okay.
Yeah, right about enough.
You might be able to hear on the live stream the chants of Brazil. Gabriel Embasher coming up for his third, 260 kilos on the bar. He did miss at 255 for a second, so it will be interesting to see what this additional 5 kilos does for him.
That is unfortunately a no lift for the Brazilian, 2-1 with red lights on center and side. We're going to take a look at that from the perspective where he gets the white from. I'd say it was better than the second, but it will be up to the jury to decide if it was enough.
They have sent the Brazilian coach away, so I think that call stands, unfortunately, for the Brazilian lifter. We now have Derek Calvo-Caseta from Costa Rica coming out with 265 kilos on the bar, a 10 kilo jump up from his second attempt, and Derek will be our last lifter in this flight before we move into the B flight. So we are a third of the way through squats for these 93 kilo juniors, and lots of big openers and lots of big thirds yet to come.
Let's wait for the lights here. It's 3 white ones this time. There's a strong finish for Quesada. And we're going to be moving on straight into Group B, not yet Group A. We have over 30 lifters.
On your screen now you can see how that C group went, but as Arazi said, we are moving straight into the B group.
And we'll be starting off with Fuise Thomas, 220 kilos on the bar. These are the guys with slightly higher nominated totals. The squat opener range is almost the same, from 220 to 265. That is 3 white lights.
It looks like a very controlled opener, so I hope he keeps up that amount of control when he gets heavier.
Mohammad Al-Hajeri now, 240 kilos for his opening attempt.
And that looks pretty deep from where we were sitting, so yeah, 3 white lights. A nice opener from the lift from Kuwait.
And the bar is already loaded for our next lifter, Andras Gerlai from Hungary. Really comfortable attempt.
245 for Jose Perez España. Ready.
Jose Perez Nova now, 245 on the bar for the Spaniard.
It was a very speedy opener, and he gets the 3 white lights, so he's up on the board.
245 for Meta, India. Ray Wilson, get ready. Bar ready.
Same weight awaits on the bar for Parth Mehta of India.
And that looked like a very smooth opener from the Indian lifter. And yeah, he's got 3 white lights and he's on the board.
Get ready.
Jordan Ray Wilson now next at 250 kilos.
It's one of the 2 Kiwi lifters in this flight. Not only are they good friends, but they're also direct opposition for each other. And that was a good lift there from Jordan.
Same weights. Get ready. The bar is loaded.
250 kilos on the bar for Benjamin Alejandro Oses Contreras. Three white lights, a good lift. 2 attempts remaining in the B-group, 93s. 260 on the bar for Adrian Rivadera.
Bar loaded for Rivadera.
super smooth opening attempt. 3 white lights.
Now the final opener of the group from New Zealand, and the handcut is 265. Come on, please. Get ready. Loaded.
And our final opening attempt in Group B, Zachariah Cummings of New Zealand, opening at 265. He has just done his international referee exam a couple days ago.
Yeah, Zach actually does a lot for New Zealand powerlifting. He's a local body president, a frequent referee, and he's in the midst of helping organise the Oceania competition later this year. And he's also done a lot of work helping me wrangle the rest of our juniors and sub-juniors so far this year.
Well, it seems he's also doing pretty well on the platform. That is a smooth opener at 265.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 white lights. We love to see it.
222.5 for Tommy. Switzerland. Yeah, let's get ready.
And then we move into round 2. It's a whole row of greens, so everybody is on the board. Fuize Thomas has decided to take a 2.5 kilo jump.
Switzerland is gonna come because he hurt his back,
Or
so we're gonna let him pluck. Run.
as I was afraid, unfortunately, there's been an injury. He has hurt his back, and he will not be coming out for another attempt. The 222 lift is automatically generated by the system or by the rule book. If you're successful and don't put an attempt card in within the allotted time, the weight automatically increases by 2.5 kilos. So we are gonna let the timer run down. Once again, a big shout out to our sponsors, Eleiko, SBD, and Visit Malta.
It's good they didn't scratch him because it does give the other lifters a little bit more of a break, even if it is only a minute longer.
That is true, that is true. And now we are seeing a move away from the C group. The second attempts are in general a lot higher than they were in the previous group. 255 on the bar for Gerlai Andras. And the 240 was really smooth. White lights, a good lift for the Hungarian. Mohammad Al-Hajeri now 260 kilos on the bar. Fairly large 20 kilo jump. This will already be a personal best.
It is definitely in the realms for him. 3 white lights with the 20 kilo jump. I do wonder what he will take for his third.
Parth Mehta now, 262.5 on the bar for the lifter from India.
Seconds.
There's a nice deep squat there from the Indian lifter, and he gets 3 white lights for 262.5.
Jose Perez, 265 kilos on the bar, another 20 kilo jump. And that is what you expect from a comfortable round of opening squats. Big jumps, building up to new personal bests. Two to one good lift with a depth hold from the center referee.
Followed it.
Jordan Ray Wilson, 265 kilos. And a comfortable second attempt. 3 white lights and a good lift. Benjamin Contreras, 270 kilos, another 20 kilo jump.
A little bit of work there, but he manages to stand it up, and he gets 2 to 1, a good lift.
.275 on the bar for Adrian Rivadera. And that is a very comfortable second attempt. Again with a depth hold from the center referee. For the final second attempt, 280 kilos on the bar for Zachariah Cummings. His personal best stands at 285.5. I'd expect that's some sort of New Zealand record.
I would expect so too. I should probably know that information, but we'll assume it is.
But if this moves nicely, definitely take a swing to improve it by a further couple kilos. All depends on this second attempt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ten seconds.
Zach giving us a heart attack there, leaving it to the last minute.
Not the easiest second attempt we've seen, but not the hardest. We're gonna see if he goes for a sort of match PB to 85 or takes a swing to break it. We are into round 3 and we're gonna have another minute break, I presume, for Fuise Thomas, who I presume will not be coming out.
You have 6 more attempts to change the opponent of the A-group. 6 more attempts to change the opponent of the A-group. Next lifters out will be Galay Andras, Hungary, Mohammad Alajani from Kuwait, and Parth Mehta from India.
The Swiss lifter timing out and letting his fellow athletes have more of a break.
5 more attempts to change the openers of the A-group.
And we are back off 262.5 kilos on the bar for Andras Gerlay of Hungary.
Bar loaded.
Three white lights, a good lift. I believe he will receive a jury reprimand for that remark after the last squat. 265 on the bar for Mohammad Al-Hajeri, followed by Lifta and Ray Wilson. Yeah, solid looking second attempt there, 3 white lights.
Solid looking third attempt. He had the 20 kilo jump up to his second and just the 5 kilo jump up to his third. But yeah, it was a solid attempt.
Get ready. 3 more attempts to change the openers of the A-group. Bar loaded.
270 kilos now for a new personal best attempt for Parth Mehta.
20 seconds.
Another lifter cutting it really close with allotted time for an attempt. He's got 10 seconds to unrack and receive a down command. That is a 2-to-1 good lift, a blue light from the center referee. Either before downwards movement of the bar.
Bar loaded. 2 more attempts to change the to the A-group. Next out, put us on.
270 on the bar for Jordan Ray Wilson.
Jordan's looking for a 5 kilo squat PB here.
And that is 3 white lights, a good lift for Jordan. 4 attempts remaining in the B group.
Final attempts to change the openers of the A-group. Bar loaded.
Jose Perez, 275. To be a small personal best. Very diagonal there, and it shows in the lights. Unfortunately, there's a 2-to-1 no lift. The white light coming from the left side where the bar was leaning. I presume that's why he hits depth on that side and unfortunately not on the other.
The Spanish coach is going over to the jury table though as they discuss it, so maybe it stands, maybe it doesn't.
Benjamin Contreras, 285 on the bar. Be a pretty sizable jump to a third attempt. Almost stumbles walking the bar out. And it's an absolute fight, but unfortunately 12.5 kilos proving to be too ambitious.
Bar loaded. Get ready.
285 now on the bar for Adrian Rivadera. 10 kilo jump, 10 kilo personal best. And the second one, I believe, was really smooth. White lights, a good lift for Rivadera, and we have one final attempt remaining in Group B. It's going to be Zachariah Cummings going for 287.5 for a 2 kilo personal best. is unfortunately a no lift for Zachariah.
Just a little bit too heavy there, but it's all right. He's still got gas in the tank for bench and deadlift.
Absolutely, and with him being quite an active ref for these last couple days, see, perhaps not optimally rested for the comp.
No, I mean, he has done 5 or 6 sessions as opposed to the mandatory 2. Above and beyond does that young man go.
And we are going into round 3. Openers ranging from 250 all the way to 295 kilos. The current junior world record stands at 331. So it's gonna take some pretty massive jumps to get there. But let's not count anything out. Have Isaac Asperud going for 250.
That looks pretty easy there. 3 white lights.
Followed it.
Yeah. 260 kilos and a good lift for Emmanuel Olatunji.
Followed it.
Next lifter up will be Miron Dimski, opening at 270 kilos. His personal best standing at 303. Definitely within reach with some larger jumps, which at these weights are common. Often see 20, even 25 kilo jumps sometimes. But the clock is ticking down and he's not out on the platform. Ah, there he comes with 20 seconds left. It's gonna be in a bit of a hurry, so I hope that is a comfortable opener.
We have seen lifters come out with less time, but every time it gives us a little bit of a heart attack. And he gets the command.
That is unfortunately a no lift though, 2 red lights for depth.
This replay angle is the side that he did get the red light on, so let's see if we can see what the ref saw. And yeah, unfortunately I do think that was cutting it a little bit high.
Part of it.
.272.5 on the bar for Denzel Gisberta of Netherlands. Three white lights and a good lift for the Dutchman. 275 will be on the bar up next for his teammate. Ivo Buringa Zelstra. We get 5 red plates. Another 3 white lights, another good lift on the board. Same weight will be on the bar, 275 for Jacob Nilsson.
This is 15 kilos under Jacob's PB, but as you said, the slightly bigger jumps are more frequent in this weight class as we get higher.
Three white lights and a good lift for Jacob.
Of course, as you mentioned before, this is the A flight with the higher nominated totals, and this is probably where we're going to see the bigger battles for podium, records, all of those things.
Absolutely, these are the top 5 here. Jakub Belak of Slovakia, 280 kilos, quite an up-and-coming talent, first year as a junior. Lights for Belak. 280 kilos in the bar for Jordan McKinley. Super comfortable opening attempt for Jordan. A red light from the center referee.
This centre ref is being quite firm on squat depth from how he sees it. But as a ref, you do have to call it how you see it.
Absolutely. $282.5 on the bar for Joey Awala. From how things are standing currently, the Americans look like they're going to be fighting it out for the top spots. But with any sort of mistake, the door can be left wide open. That is unfortunately a no lift. I was a bit afraid of that, a depth call from center and side.
This, of course, is the side he got the white light on. It's a little bit hard to see with the spotter's hand there. The jury are discussing it, and that kind of mistake, if it is indeed a depth call, can really mess up the placings in the top end of this 93 class.
Absolutely. I just said before he received the lights that any sort of missed attempt here can mean that you are out of the podium fight, which is so close here in the 93s. 282.5 on the bar for Caden Thompson. nice and comfortable opening attempt. 3 white lights for him.
Final opener 295 for Brandon Jones, USA.
And we have one final opening attempt remaining.
Bar loaded.
$295 on the bar for Brandon Jones. Probably the lifter with the best shot at the World Junior record. It would take some big jumps, but if this moves like a hot knife through butter, we might see an attempt. Two to one, good lift. Again with a red light from the center ref. And after round one, this is how things are standing. We have everybody but Awala and Dembski on the board. And we are starting off round two with Isak Asperud. 265 on the bar for the Norwegian athlete. Two to one, good lift, a blue light from the center referee.
Yeah, so blue can be for a couple of things in squat. It can be for a lack of lockout, or it can be for double movement of the bar. Looking back at that replay, I'm not 100% sure what that could have been for.
Me neither, but we are moving on. The lift, I think, will stay a good lift.
Of course, our centre referee today is a Category 1 international ref with a red tie. I am only a Category 2 and I only have a blue tie, so I am less qualified than our man to make those decisions, and it's very easy to make them from over here in the safety of the commentary box.
Absolutely. 275 on the bar for Emmanuel Olatunji. Reasonable second attempt. 3 white lights this time.
Decided to go up by 15 kilos after missing his own pair. Get ready. Bars loaded.
$285 on the bar for Miron Dembski. He missed the 270, takes a 15 kilo jump.
45 seconds for Poland.
And he's again slightly late on the platform. Earlier this time, so I think he should be okay, but...
Yeah, he missed his first attempt just from the left side and the centre referee for depth. I am wondering if, like a few of the lifters we've seen previously this week, that a couple more kilos is just what he needs to hit depth. But we will have to wait and see.
That was 3 white lights. It seems like the couple kilos more were exactly what he needed to hit depth. That was not how you want a second attempt to move. Pretty hard. So his options of what to go for a third attempt are somewhat limited here, unless he's an ungodly grinder. 287.5 on the bar for Ivo Buringa Zelstra.
white lights, a good lift. Same weights for Denzel. Jacob Nielsen, Sweden, get ready. Bar loaded.
To 87.5 on the bar for Denzel Gisberta.
It's very close to his PB, just 2.5 kilos under.
Three white lights.
3 white lights and a good lift.
Jacob Nielsen, Sweden. Jakob Belak, get ready. Bars loaded.
To 87.5 on the bar for Jacob Nilsson. Three white lights, moving like a second attempt.
297.5 twice. The first one was Slovakia, Jakob Belak. Casey Thompson, Canada, get ready. Bars loaded.
We're now getting into very close to that 300 kilo mark with these squats, with a whole nother round of squats to go in this A flight.
And there are going to be a couple squats at the 300 or over, even in the second round. But first there is Jakob Belak, 297.5 for the fresh Slovakian junior. Youngest lifter in the A group. And seems to run out of steam about halfway there.
Same weight for Casey Thompson. Joey, get ready. Bars loaded.
297.5 on the bar for Caden Thompson. Well below his personal best of 316. But he could reach close to that if this moves well. Three white lights, a good lift.
Now the only lifter we're missing on the board, Joey Iwala from Great Britain. Miss Deb with the opener went up by 17.5, so 300 with Joey Iwala. Jordan McKinney, get ready.
3 attempts remaining in round 2, and the first of those will be an important one. It's 300 kilos on the bar for Joey Awala. He missed 282.5 on depth. Decided to jump up 17.5 kilos. Perhaps just desperate to stay in the fight, and we'll see if it works out for him. He's definitely taking a risk.
We've definitely seen risks pay off earlier in this week, so I'm hoping it works for Joey as well.
Okay, moving really easy, and this time it's 3 white lights, and the risk does indeed pay off.
Yeah, a good call there from the GB coaching staff. However, like you said, it was a risk, but you've got to be in it to win it.
That is true, and he kept himself in the fight with that risk, that successfully taken risk. 300 kilos on the bar for Jordan McKinley. Unfortunately, 3 red lights for depth.
Yeah, 3 red. It's actually impossible to question that. No one can question that if it's all 3.
And yeah, I think he did just slightly cut depth there, and the first one was right on the line, so judges were looking at depth very closely. 1 attempt remaining in round 2. It's 3:05 on the bar for Brandon Jones, and he's gonna pull ahead of McKinley with McKinley's miss here.
This is such a stacked class. I think it's really important that the refs are being as to the letter of the rule book as they can, and already a crowd is gathering to watch it, and we're only in the squats. We're not even up to bench or deadlifts yet, and the room is pretty much full.
Three white lights. That looked about the same as the opening attempt. I don't think we'll be seeing him jump close to the record, but under 5 to 10 kilos I think would be very reasonable and very important for him.
So these are how the squat results stand, keeping in mind that we do have a whole next round of A-flight squats.
Absolutely, and starting off the very last round of squats here, 275 on the bar for Isaac Asperud. White lights, a good lift for the Norwegian. 285 on the bar for Emmanuel Olatunji. Be up next.
Get ready. Bar loaded.
Fights through the sticking point really well, and it's 3 white lights for Emmanuel.
Yeah, and really good depth there too for his third.
10 kilo jump. Netherlands, get ready. Bar loaded.
295 kilos on the bar for Miron Demski of Poland. 10 kilo jump after that second. Would you have done that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but he has given himself more time to get out and get on the podium and get podium platform and get under the bar. So maybe a little bit more time sets him up for a little bit more success.
10 kilos does seem optimistic, but we'll see. And it's an absolute battle. Wow! That very much surprised me there. It's a 2-to-1 good lift. With a, at this point, fairly common depth pull from the center ref.
Get ready. Bar loaded.
$295 on the bar for Ivo Burinha-Zylstra. This will be a 7.5 personal best for the Dutchman. And unfortunately just runs out of gas halfway up. That will be a no lift.
Yeah, these 93s are really pushing their upper limit here just to stay in the race for podium, for medals, for personal gain.
Absolutely, and as we mentioned, everything is really, really close together. 20 kilos, 10 kilos, 20 kilos, 30 kilos. It can quickly come and go with a missed attempt or two, and you can be in second, you can be down in 7th or 8th. Jacob Nilsson of Sweden going for 295. Three white lights, a good lift for the Swede.
Yeah, that definitely moved like a really well-selected third attempt there.
He seemed to be a bit diagonal from my perspective, and I was afraid there was going to be depth on one side, not on the other, but I think he had enough margin to hit it on both sides. Jakob Belak now reattempting 297.5. Perhaps a bit of an optimistic jump from his opener of 280. Seemed to fail on strength on his second attempt, but we'll see if he can do it better on the third. And that is unfortunately a no lift for Belak.
5 more squats to go to see who walks away with a squat medal. Deadlift Netherlands, 287.5, provisional squat bronze. Jordan McKinney, get ready. The bar is loaded.
Denzel Gisberta now 297.5. This is to try and grab a spot on the podium. So move him to squat bronze for the time being, with McKinley and Thompson to follow, who can push him off of it. Big battle there for Denzel, and it's 3 white lights. He's on the squat podium for the time being, but 2 athletes will follow who can try and push him off of it.
Jordan McKinney,
He did incredibly well not to let the bar dip down, grinding through that sticking point. And on the platform we have Jordan McKinley at 300 kilos, going for a second time, was a depth issue on the second, and if he cannot get that, he will fall down. That is unfortunately a 2-to-1 no lift, and as I was about to say, he falls down into the jaws of Awala, who will be trying to battle him for that silver medal overall.
The American coach is over at the jury table to look at.
And from the coach's reaction, I think that lift will be overturned. And it is. He avoids the jaws for now.
I think the jury has a particularly important job in this session with what's at stake at the top of the 93s.
Absolutely. 307.5 on the bar for Joey Awala. Really needs this to close up to McKinley, give himself at least a fighting chance for a silver medal, and of course try and break away from the chasing pack in the fight for third. This is also for a provisional squat gold.
So he missed his opener on depth, but loading up a few more kilos did seem to help him. So I'm interested to see how this moves.
And unfortunately too heavy for Awala. A 7.5 kilo jump did seem reasonable if you just take a look at the second attempt.
Yeah, it did. So I wonder what happened there, whether it was just a strength thing, whether he does have gas in the tank to pull numbers for the rest of the day.
Well, let's hope he does, because the fight is looking extremely close now. We have Caden Thompson gunning for his squad gold with 307.5. This is a big shot for Team Canada. It's either no squad medal at all or a guaranteed silver, chance at a gold. Great attempt there for the Canadian. Let's wait for the lights, and it's 3 white ones. He has a guaranteed squad silver in the provisional squad gold with only one man who can take it away from him. And it's going to be the very next man on the platform, the last man on the platform in the squads today. It's going to be Brandon Jones, USA, going for 312.5 kilos. This is for squat gold, and a fairly sizable lead on prognosis in the 93 juniors. He definitely won this, so he can be a bit more comfortable going into bench and deadlift. That looked strong, and it's 3 white lights for Brandon Jones. He will be walking away with the squat gold medal, with Thompson in silver and Awala in bronze. And he will be in a great fighting chance for the overall title. You can see the scoreboard for the squats here, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the bench press. Hello and welcome back to San Jose, Costa Rica. We are back with the junior 93s, this time for the bench.
Yeah, we'll be starting with the C-group lifters. There are, of course, 3 flights of lifters in this 93 junior class because it is so full. We'll be starting off with Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico with 115 kilos on the bar. Our openers just in the C flight range from 115 to 170 kilos, which is quite a range.
Definitely quite a range, and from a first glance one could think that the 170 kilo openers might signal a C group medal, but looking at the nominations there is people pressing well into the 200s.
A little bit of a technical delay here and just timing with some of the referees. Just still waiting on a couple of the referees. I'm sure there are important matters to attend to.
Please, once again, we are asking for Robert Keller. We need Robert Keller at the jury table, please.
Money's coming. Money's coming. So do we wait until we start? We wait.
Thank you, Dietmar. Bars loaded 115 for Victor Huertas, Puerto Rico.
Here comes Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico with 115 kilos on the bar. Of course, just like squat, we are wanting our lifters' first attempts to be relatively easy, just to give them that security and confidence to go in and push their limits a little bit further in their second and third attempts.
Three white lights and a good lift for Huertas.
Coming out now, we have Andy Tanjiheng with 127.5 kilos on the bar.
Three white lights and a good lift for the Singaporean. A good start to the session so far. Let's hope it can continue in this way.
Coming out now, we have Srihan Ragu from South Africa with 132.5 kilos on the bar. This is 10 kilos under Srihan's listed bench press PB. And it looks pretty smooth for an opener, and he gets 3 white lights, so he's on the board there with a bench press.
3 white lights in this. 135 for Carmen Quesada, Costa Rica. Gabriel Lopez, get ready. Bar loaded.
Our next lifter coming out will be Derek Calvo Quesada from Costa Rica, 135 kilos on the bar. This is an equal bench press PB for Derek.
Three white lights and a good lift.
140 for Gabriel Lopez, Peru. Gabriel Masha, Brazil, get ready. Barlow.
Our next lifter out is Gabriel Lopez from Peru with 140 kilos on the bar. Three white lights and our lifter is on the board.
155 for Gabriel Masha, Brazil. And Brazil, get ready.
Our next lifter out will be Gabriel Embasha from Brazil, 155 kilos on the bar. Just 5 kilos beneath his current personal PB.
And as expected, we are hearing Brazilians from the crowd. Three white lights, a good lift.
162.5 for Intermission, Iceland. From Zagreb, Belgium, get ready.
Super close grip there. Very interesting, and I'm quite certain that he's not going to have any sort of issues with depth holes.
No, definitely not. His elbows went well below the bench itself, so if someone called that for depth, I would ask them to get their eyes checked, probably. Our next lifter out is Manny Helgason from Iceland, 162.5 kilos on the bar. Just with the width of the grip, there is a maximum grip, but there is not a minimum grip in terms of width. There are rings on the bar that are 82 centimeters apart, and those rings have to be covered or your hands have to be between them.
Three white lights, a good lift for the Icelandic lifter. And I have to give you a counterpoint here. While there is not a minimum grip width, there is a requirement for the bar to touch the chest. So you cannot hold the bar so close together that it cannot reach the chest.
That is true, although if someone opted to do that, I would also question their sanity probably a little bit.
I would absolutely too.
Coming out now is Tom Zabot from Belgium, 167.5 kilos on the bar.
Lights, a good lift.
172 twice, the first one from Greece, and you realize Caras.
Our next lifter coming out will be Nikolaos Karas from Greece, 170 kilos on the bar, just 5 kilos beneath his listed PB, so he will be looking to extend that hopefully today.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Same weight for Carlos Daniel Rojas.
Our next lifter out will be Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero from Costa Rica, 170 kilos on the bar.
That was a slight misload, we're just working it out.
Unfortunately, there has been a misload for the previous attempt, it would seem. So the referees and the jury are now resolving that with the coach. What happens when there is a misload?
I believe if it is higher than their listed attempt, they can opt to keep it. And if it is lower, they can also opt to keep it, or they can retake it at the correct weight. Of course, if it is not a multiple of 2.5, it will get rounded down, I think.
Yeah, so in this case, if there was a misload, I presume that they have loaded less than 170, which would mean he would get 167.5, even though he lifted 168.75.
I believe so, if there was a 1.25 on one side and not on the other.
Well, this is a sticky situation because lifters are warmed up, they are waiting. The next lifter that is to come onto the platform has not made an attempt yet, and he's going to be waiting, cooling down. So the situation has to be resolved in the shortest amount of time possible.
We're still working out whether or not he can take the attempt or drop it down to 170 or retake ultimately 2.5. Discussion is happening. Sorry for the delay for the lifters.
We will take this opportunity to once again thank our sponsors Eleiko, SBD and Visit Malta. Eleiko, of course, providing us with the platform equipment. The bench seems to be comfortable enough for the spotters to take a rest on during this break, and definitely an optimal pad for your training and competing needs. SBD providing us with all the gear that you could need, and Visit Malta providing us with a beautiful place for competition venues and a vacation if you would be so inclined.
Absolutely, I was there last year and it was absolutely stunning.
Final decision, the lifter takes 170, good lift, we move on. Back in action, bars loaded, 170 for Carlos Daniel.
So it appears our Greek lifter opted to take the lower multiple of 2.5, as was his choice. Either do that or take his higher number. So he will have that as his first attempt, as he is within our rights. So finally, our Costa Rican lifter, Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero, can come out for his first attempt of 170 kilos. And then we can move on to second attempts. I do hope our lifters haven't cooled down too much, although that waiting area is quite warm.
big thing for the Costa Rican athlete is 3 white lights, a good lift. And for some people, the soft touch technique on the bench is visually more pleasing. I can really appreciate a good sink.
See, this is where you and I differ. Sinking, to me, it just looks off. It looks painful, but I've never had to do it, so I suppose I just don't understand as an athlete. Now we have Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico with 122.5 kilos on the bar. This is a 7.5 kilo jump up from his opening attempt.
He still seems fairly comfortable. It's 3 white lights for the Puerto Rican.
Again, this class is looking pretty good in terms of bench depth that you can see from that front angle. Of course, that's something that the centre referee can generally only see. The side referees don't often have as good an angle as they can. We now have Andy Tan Ji Heng from Singapore, 135 kilos on the bar, a 7.5 kilo jump up from his opener.
That is 3 white lights, a good lift.
Now have Srihan Raghu from South Africa, 140 kilos on the bar, 7.5 kilo jump up from his opener, and very close to his listed bench press PB of 142.5.
Three white lights for the South African.
142.5. Get ready. All loaded.
Coming out now will be Derek Calvo Casada from Costa Rica, 142.5 kilos on the bar. This will be a 7.5 kilo jump up from his opener and a 7.5 kilo bench press PB.
Two to one, a good lift. A yellow light from the left side referee. The yellow lights we have to be particularly worried of because they usually indicate a lift of some sort. And unfortunately, I believe the glutes came off the bench that time and the jury has overruled the lift. It was comfortable enough though so that I can see him retaking it and being successful.
This is Gabriel Lopez, 145.
Three white lights and a good lift for Lopez.
Coming out next will be Gabriel Embaixo from Brazil, 162.5 kilos on the bar. a 2.5 kilo bench press PB, should he get it.
Three white lights and a good second attempt for the Brazilian.
Again with that narrow grip and really long range of motion and absolutely no problems with depth there. Next up will be Mani Helgason from Iceland, 172.5 kilos on the bar. This is just a little bit under his PB of 175, so depending on how this moves, I'm sure he'll be looking to extend that.
Very comfortable second attempt there for Helgason.
Coming out now will be Tom Zabo from Belgium with 175 kilos on the bar, just 5 kilos below his listed personal best. And you can hear Team Belgium support. Three white lights there and a good lift for our Belgian lifter. Nicolas Caras is coming out now with 177.5. Of course, he is the lifter that had the little misload earlier, so I'm hoping that it's loaded correctly and he can take his attempt as he means to.
Three white lights for Caras.
Same weight for Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero, Costa Rica. Vito Huerta, get ready.
The next lifter out will be Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero from Costa Rica, 177.5 on the bar. And three white lights, it's a good lift for Carlos Daniel.
Puerto Rico, 127.5. Thank you, Tansy Hank, and get ready. 7 attempts to change the openers of the B-group.
We are now moving on to the third round of bench press for the C flight, remembering that there are still 2 more flights of these 93 kilo juniors to come. Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico is going to take 127.5 for his third, a 5 kilo jump up from his second attempt.
And it's quite a fight. 3 white lights for Huertas, and he's going to be walking home pleased with a sizable personal best in bench.
40 kilos. Cargo Quesada, Costa Rica, get ready. Bar loaded.
Our next lifter out is Andy Tanji Heng from Singapore with 140 kilos on the bar. This will be an equal bench press PB if he gets it.
Three white lights, a good lift.
Cargo Quesada, 142.5. Bars loaded. Get ready. 5 more attempts to change.
Our next lifter out is Derek Calvo Quesada from Costa Rica, 142.5 on the bar. He did miss this for his second, I believe, for a bit of a glute lift. So we're hoping he sticks it down for his third attempt.
Three white lights this time.
South Africa, 145. Gabriel Lopez, get ready.
It's quite a pleasant front view.
Bar loaded.
At the moment the bar touches the chest, all right angles.
Yeah, and that's perfect for the centre referee because there's no questions there. Next out will be Shrihan Ragu from South Africa, 145 kilos on the bar. This will be a 2.5 kilo bench press PB should he get it. Oh, and it is a fight. Unfortunately, not quite there today.
150 for Gabriel Lopez. 3 attempts to change the openers of the B-group. Gabriel and Bashar, get ready. Bar loaded.
The bar is loaded now for Gabriel Lopez with 150 kilos.
Quite a strong third attempt there, but a yellow from the left side, so we'll have to see the side replay here. Have the glutes left the bench, have the heels left the floor. There was definitely a whole bunch of movement there, but there might have been a smidge of contact.
I was just going to say the same thing. I don't think there was complete lift, but as you said, complete lift. Next out is Gabriel Embaixo from Brazil, as you can hear from the crowd, 170 kilos on the bar.
White lights, a good lift for the Brazilian.
3 attempts at Iceland, Belgium, Costa Rica. Next out is Manny from Sabu. Get ready. Final attempt to change the openers on the B-group.
Our next lifter out is Mani Helgason from Iceland with 180 kilos on the bar. This will be a nice 5 kilo bench press PB should he get it.
White lights, another good lift.
Yeah, these C-fight lifters seem to really be setting the standard for what we want to see in the bench press going forward with the rest of the 93 juniors.
Absolutely great attempt selection we're seeing, and great execution of the third attempt.
No more changes for the B-group.
The next lifter out is Tom Zabo from Belgium, 180 kilos rather, on the bar. This is his current listed bench press PB, so it is not an unknown weight for him.
That was a breezy third attempt.
Yeah, super easy. 3 white lights there. I would say that possibly moved better than his first and second.
Yeah, I could possibly agree.
We've got our second to last lifter in this flight now, Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero, 180 kilos on the bar, just 2.5 kilos up from his second attempt. So I think the Costa Rican coaching team are trying to conserve his energy a little bit and collect the kilos where they can. Good lift. He got a blue in the middle, and that can be for a lack of lockout or double movement, so we'll be interested to see what that is. I think the bar was uneven, but I don't believe it dipped, so I think that lift is going to stand. I'm just eyeballing the jury and hoping that I can read what they're saying. Next out will be Nikolaos Karas from Greece, 182.5 kilos on the bar, 5 kilos up from his second attempt, and he will be our last lifter for this round of bench press before we move into the B flight.
Strong looking third attempt, 3 white lights, and a new personal best for the Greek athlete. So Karas is currently in the lead from Zabo and Helgason. Of course, all subject to change. We have about 20 more lifters to go after this. And we are into Group B. We'll be opening at 142.5 for Parth Mehta. Openers ranging up to 190 kilos. And the 190, Al Hajeri might be in with a shot at the medal if the fights in the A group get a little ugly.
He might be. And as we've said, lifters from B fights can medal. We have seen stranger things happen.
Nice and easy opening attempt. 3 white lights for Mehta.
157.5 for Zakaria Cummings, New Zealand. Get ready.
Again, really nice bench depth there, and I hope that trend continues with the B and A flights that we have coming up.
Followed it.
Zachariah Cummings up next, 157.5 on the bar, 15 kilos off his personal best. Nice and conservative opener, I hope.
Yeah, and I think you were right. It was a little bit of a conservative opener, but like we said, we want opening bench presses, opening lifts in general, to be things that the lifters can do in their sleep, more or less.
Bars loaded. Oh, not yet. Okay. Chief referee says stretching on the platform. Bars loaded.
And the next lifter up on the platform, facing down 160 kilos, is Adrian Rivadera of Argentina. Three white lights, a good lift.
165 for Alejandro José Contreras, Chile. José Pérez Coa, España, get ready. Bar loaded.
165 on the bar for Benjamin Alejandro Contreras of Chile. 5 kilos, 5.5 kilos to be exact, under his personal best. So if this is easy, it will show that he has made great progress. Very reasonable. 3 white lights.
3 white lights, a good lift. José Pérez Coa, 70. Bar loaded.
Again, really good bench depth here from the 93s. Not leaving anything to chance with that centre referee.
$170 kilos will be on the bar for Jose Perez, the lifter already on the platform.
Two to one, a good lift.
2-1, a good lift with a yellow from the center referee.
New Zealand,
And he's talking to the jury, which usually would indicate that there was a press command skip or some command skip.
But of course, it's hard to tell on the replay because the replay doesn't have sound, nor can we see the ref's hands.
And it seems like the lift will stand. 175 on the bar for Jordan Ray Wilson.
Three whites, and it's a good lift there from Jordan.
2.5 for Andras, Hungary. Switzerland, ready. Bar loaded.
182.5 on the bar for Gerlai Andras of Hungary. Just telling the spotter how exactly he wants the unrack done.
Three white lights, a good lift. Regis Thomas, Suisse.
And it's a good lift there for our Hungarian lifter.
Mohamed Al-Raji, get ready. Bar loaded.
$185 for Fuise Thomas. Unfortunately got a slight injury in the squats, but we'll see if bench press goes better. Three white lights and a good lift. Now for the biggest opener of the B flight, 190 kilos on the bar for Mohammad Al-Hajeri of Kuwait.
Three whites, and it's good lift there for Mohammed.
First run up, India, fourth medal, 155. Zachariah Cummings, get ready. Bar loaded.
And we are starting off round two. 155 on the bar for Parth Mehta of India. $12.5 kilo jump straight to his personal best.
12.5 kilos is pretty decent a jump on bench press, I would say. But his opener looked pretty smooth, and he's obviously confident to pick it for a second.
Three white lights.
Three white lights, a good lift. And we'll see in the replay, it was definitely harder than his first.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure he'll be taking another 12.5 kilo jump, but there's definitely more in the tank still.
Zachariah Cummings coming out now, 162.5 on the bar. Opting to take a 5 kilo jump from his opening attempt. Don't think he'll be reaching his personal best of 172.5 today with this sort of attempt selection, but perhaps just not feeling at 110% on bench. That looked very reasonable for a second.
Yeah, it moved well and he got the 3 white lights. But as you said, he's still a little way under his personal best, and I'm not sure a 10 kilo jump from second to third is quite what Zach would be after.
Don't think that would be a good idea, but we'll see what he tries. Adrian Rivadera now 170 kilos, a 10 kilo jump to his personal best. Three white lights. Again, a very reasonable second attempt. Great selection so far. Benjamin Alejandro Contreras now 172.5. This will be a 2 kilo personal best. And a 2-to-1 good lift with a yellow from the side, so we'll take a look at that side replay. See. And that was unfortunately very much obvious lifting of the glutes, and the jury instantly overrules it.
Yeah, I don't even think they had to look at the replay to see that. They were very fast to overrule that, so that means unanimous decision and not much discussion.
177.5 on the bar for Jose Perez.
And that's 3 white lights, a good lift.
Get ready. Followed it.
$182.5 on the bar now for Jordan Ray Wilson. Reasonable 7.5 kilo jump there. That is 3 white lights and a good lift for the New Zealand athlete.
Get ready. Followed it.
$192.5 now for Andras Gerlai. And it's a big fight, unfortunately. 10-kilo jump proves to be too ambitious, seemingly.
Yeah, maybe there's a technical thing he can fix coming as third, but I didn't see anything that stood out to go particularly wrong there, apart from just, it was heavy.
From the replay, I also can see a really obvious technical error, so let's hope he can grind through on a third attempt. Fuise Thomas now 195. Be a 5-kilo personal best and a 10-kilo jump from his opening attempt. Definitely in the game for a high placing in the bench press. A medal, I think he would have to get well into the 200s to grab one, or at least have a possibility of grabbing one. That looked comfortable, but again, a yellow from the side.
And it is indeed the side that the jury can see and that you will be able to see here on the replay.
And the jury overrules, unfortunately. The glutes lifted twice during that lift. First on the way down, then on the way up. And unfortunately, that is a no lift, but he's going to have a chance to fix it. And our final second attempt is Mohammad Al-Hajeri, 200 kilos on the bar for the Kuwaiti lifter. That is a 2-to-1 at a very comfortable 200 kilos, and if he can put another 10 kilos onto that, he might be in with a serious chance at a bench medal, which with such a stacked A-group would be no mean feat for Al-Hajeri. And here are the standings going into round 3. Starting it off with 160 kilos on the bar for Parth Mehta.
It's a 5-kilo jump up from his second attempt, and it will be a 5-kilo PB.
The bar stopped there for a second, but he did well to push through, and it's 3 white lights right on the limit there. Zechariah Cummings now going for 167.5. Another reasonable jump of 5 kilos from his second. Trying to get the most out of his body that it has inside it on the day. And a great third attempt from Zechariah. 3 white lights.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid third attempt there by Zach. But what can I say about New Zealand attempt selections?
Your job sort of depends on it.
Only sometimes. I'm not involved in the big decisions.
175 on the bar for Adrian Rivadera. 5 kilo personal best for the Argentinian. And the bar does exactly what the coach tells it to. It goes up, 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 and it's 3 white lights. A good lift.
From Chile, retaking 175. Bar loaded. Next down was Noah.
175 on the bar for Benjamin Alejandro Contreras. Missed 172.5, I believe, would be a glute lift in his case. And this time it's 3 white lights.
2 more attempts, 3 overs of the A-group. Taking number 180. Bar loaded. Ray Wilson, get ready.
Jose Perez Nova, 180 kilos, the minimal 2.5 kilo jump here, so taking his second and third attempts really close together.
Yeah, but I do think sometimes a 2.5 kilo jump is what the lifters have in them on the day, and you'd rather gain the 2.5 than lose 5 or 10. And I think he could have had 5, but I think 2.5 was safe there.
Absolutely, it's 3 white lights. He seems satisfied with it. And it's 180 kilos, which is a pretty nice number to say when someone asks you how much do you bench.
How much do you bench, Razi?
And not enough. That's why I'm behind the mic and not on the platform.
You and me both.
187.5 on the bar for Jordan Ray Wilson.
And another really nice third attempt there. 2-1 though, and the yellow is on the far side referee that you will see now. So it is a dangerous game to get a yellow from this angle, and I'm holding my breath.
I think he should be good there. I think there was a sliver of contact.
Yep, and the jury seems to have backed off their screens, so I do think Jordan's last lift will stand.
Now we have Andras Gerlai reattempting 192.5. Just seemed too heavy on the second try, but maybe with a little tweak. Unfortunately not. That will be a no lift for the Hungarian, unfortunately. And we have 2 attempts remaining in B group. 202.5 will be the next weight on the bar. Fuise Thomas now of Switzerland, 202.5, would bring him right into the top few in bench press. A medal would probably be a bit of a long shot. Great looking third attempt. Let's see the lights, and it's 3 white ones this time. Good lift for Thomas. And the final bench press attempt of the B group will go to the man who I believe might have a chance to snag a podium spot in the 93s if he can get this 207.5. That is Mohammad Al-Hajeri. looks solid, and it's 3 white lights. He's on the board with 207.5.
First lifter out of the E-group will be Deadlift.
It was the last lifter of our B flight. We're now moving into our A flight. Of course, the lifters with the higher nominated totals. And the range of our opening bench presses are from 145 to 200 kilos, which isn't too huge a jump from our B flight. However, we will see this gap increase.
And the first lifter out in Group A will be Miron Dymski of Poland, opening at 145.
And a good lift there for our Polish lifter.
And the bar is loaded with 165 kilos for Denzel Gisberta of Netherlands. That is a 2-to-1 good lift, but with a yellow from the side, we are always cautious, and we're going to have to see the side replay here. Oh, unfortunately, I think the glutes were off the bench pretty much the entire lift there, and the jury does overrule it.
Yeah.
167.5 now for Jakub Belak. His opener was changed. I'm wondering, probably down, I would presume, after a troubled round of squats. It is very comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. But as we've said before, we do want the opening rounds to be relatively uneventful.
Get ready. Bar loaded.
Same weight on the bar, 167.5 for Jacob Nilsson.
That's 3 whites there for our Swedish lifter.
170.9 will Great Britain. Will you come get ready? Bars loaded.
.170 on the bar for Emmanuel Olatunji. Three white lights. A good first attempt.
David Johnson, 177.5. Joe Yowana, get ready. Bar loaded.
177.5 on the bar for Caden Thompson.
That looked very smooth for an opener.
And 3 white lights for the Canadian.
182.5 to Joey Owella, Great Britain. Isaac Anthony, Norway, get ready. Bars loaded.
182.5 for Joey Awala.
It's 10 kilos under his personal best, and of course Joey is one of our podium favourites in this class, so all of these young lifters will be looking to make up as many kilos as they can in the bench press events before we go into deadlifts.
Absolutely. And that is a 2-to-1 good lift with a blue from the center.
Blue can be for a couple of things on bench. It can be for double movement, or it can be for a lack of lockout. So let's see if we can see what the ref saw here.
$185 on the bar for Isak Asperund of Norway. A 2-to-1, another comfortable opening attempt, but the yellow light from the side is scary and has caused a lot of trouble in this bench press session.
It is. I did see some lift, but was it the entire lift? I am not sure.
We'll see what the jury thinks, and we already have Jordan McKinley of the USA on the platform. These are the last 3 openers in round A, and they're going to determine basically how the fight for the bench medals goes. And that is 3 white lights, a very comfortable 195 for Jordan.
He's just been recalled to the TC because he had not finished his wrist wraps. Lifters aren't allowed to adjust any part of their lifting gear on the platform apart from their belt.
That is true, and I like to see that rule being strictly enforced. 200 kilos on the bar for Brandon Jones.
Of course, if a lifter isn't ready to lift and the bar is loaded call is given, them adjusting their equipment does eat into their full minute. So Brandon has about 15 seconds left on the clock to get the start command.
A 2-to-1 good lift. Another blue from the center referee.
Again, it can be for double movement or elbows. I would have perhaps said that was more elbow than double movement. However, the jury seems to have been okay with the white lights that he got given.
Yeah, the elbows seem the likely option here. We'll wait and see if anything goes wrong in round 2, but so far so good, and our final opening attempt is 207.5 kilos on the bar for Ivo Buringa Zelstra of Netherlands. Three white lights, a good lift for the Dutchman.
We're now starting back to the start of this flight of bench press for their second attempts.
Get ready.
155 on the bar for Miron Demski of Poland. 10 kilo jump, this will bring him within 5 kilos of his personal best. Strong second attempt, 3 white lights.
Get ready. All loaded.
Now for the only athlete who has yet to secure a bench press attempt, Denzel Gisberta, re-attempting 165. The glutes just left the bench on the previous attempt, so he'll just have to hold them down, do everything else the same as before, and he should be okay. This time it's 3 white lights and a good lift.
Slovakia 175. Jacob Nelson Tuesday. Ball loaded.
175 now on the bar for Jakub Belak of Slovakia. 7.5 kilo jump seems reasonable. The first attempt was a comfortable one.
Yeah, absolutely. He did change his opener, which we weren't sure whether he went up or down, but either way he has got a lift on the board and is looking pretty good in bench press so far.
And that is a very comfortable second attempt at 175. 3 white lights for Belak.
Ball loaded.
Stays on the bar for Jacob Nilsson of Sweden.
Three white lights. A good lift there for a second, but a little bit of work. But I think he does have more in the tank. Come as third.
Yeah, I'm not expecting too big of a jump, but there definitely might be a couple kilos more.
Absolutely.
177.5 on the bar for a new personal best attempt for Emmanuel Olatunji. Really smooth second attempt, 3 white lights, and he is on his way to an even bigger personal best on his third attempt if this keeps going on.
Yeah, definitely. That was a really smooth second. Definitely got more in the tank. He did give his coach a bit of a kind of look. I don't know whether that's positive or negative, so we'll have to wait and see when he comes out for his third.
187.5 on the bar for Caden Thompson of Canada. Not quite in the fight for bench press medals, but very much in the fight for an overall podium spot. And every kilo he secures on bench is a kilo he can possibly avoid on deadlift.
Absolutely, these lifters will be trying to make as big a subtotal as possible to give them a little bit more of a head start come deadlifts.
And that is 3 white lights, a comfortable second attempt. The bench has really been going great so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Great depth from these 93s. Only a couple of butt lifts. I think yesterday in the 83s, the butt lift was prolific.
There were a lot of butt lifts and a lot of depth calls. 190 on the bar for Joey Owala.
Yeah, Joey got blue lighted from the centre referee on his first attempt, we believe, for lack of locking out his elbows. So we need to see if he makes it more convincing, because I'm not 100% sure the jury will be as lenient the second time round.
Two to one, good lift, but this time with a yellow from the side.
It is the dangerous yellow.
Fortunately, I believe we have a slight hiccup with the side replay, so we're gonna get the front replay, from which we cannot really tell. And I guess his luck really came in that time. If the jury can't see the side, they cannot overrule. 197.5 on the bar for Isaac Asperud. This time it's 2 yellow lights from the side.
Unfortunately, no lift there. I'm assuming they must have seen the same thing, but from the front, we are not necessarily going to be able to tell that.
And he's on the other side of that luck train. With 2 yellows from the side, if the jury cannot see the glutes staying on the bench, they're not going to overrule it. Which would be a philosophical debate for another time, but there is 205 kilos already on the bar for Jordan McKinley.
Absolutely. If your butt doesn't stay on the bench and there's no one around to see it, did it leave?
Three white lights, a good lift for McKinley. Looking comfortable for definitely a couple more kilos.
Get ready.
And now for our bench press gold contenders, Brandon Jones, 212.5 kilos on the bar. This is still 7.5 off his personal best of 220, so should be a reasonable second attempt.
Brandon also got a blue light in his first attempt, which has repeated in the second. We believe it was for elbows again, and the jury is looking at it. Of course, to start a bench press and finish a bench press, your elbows need to be locked straight.
And it's hard to tell because he has pretty big and buff arms if the elbows are really slightly bent or straight enough. See if the jury does anything about it though. And we have the final bench press of round 2, 217.5 kilos for a 4.5 kilo PB for Ivo Burinha Zylstra. Three white lights and a good lift for the Dutchman. Looking really strong to take the win in the bench press. Actually already has taken the win in the bench press because Jones put into 17.5 and he is heavier than Zylstra. This is how the scoreboard looks at the end of round 2. We still have Al Hajeri holding on to that bronze medal position, and we are gonna have only one athlete attempting to take it away from him. It's gonna be Jordan McKinley at 210 kilos, and if he misses, we get a B group medal. If he gets the 210, we do not. 165 on the bar for Miron Demski. Another 10 kilos. A 2-to-1 good lift, again with a blue from the center referee.
Yeah, let's have a look there and see what the center referee saw in terms of elbow lockout and double movement.
I think the left elbow was visibly more bent at the start of the lift.
Yeah, the jury are having a look, but they don't seem overly concerned with that blue light.
172.5 on the bar for Denzel Gisberta. Oh, and it's a big grinder for Denzel. And his 3 white lights, a good lift.
177.5 for Vincent. Jakub Bielak, get ready. Are loaded.
$177.5 on the bar for Jacob Nilsson. Two-to-one good lift, a depth call from the center referee this time. We're gonna see from the front perspective a replay.
This is our first depth call for this session. I believe it is.
I also think so.
It was right on the borderline there, and the jury seems happy with the 2 white lights he received. The depth call, bench depth rule being a relatively new introduction to the IPF. It did have its teething issues when it came out with people's interpretations of the rule, but we seem to have settled that and have a fair judgment worldwide on it now.
As fair as it can get with a with a rule like that. And there is 3 white lights for Jakub Belak at 182.5. Their 7.5 kilo jump matches his bench press personal best with a good lift.
Personal best. Steven Thompson, get ready. Or is loaded for Emmanuel.
$182.5 on the bar for Emmanuel Olatunji. It will be another 5 kilo personal best. Another really comfortable attempt, 3 white lights. For a second I was afraid he was double bouncing the bar on his chest, but I think it was just about okay.
I think the ref let him sit with it for a bit and make sure it was settled before he gave the press command. If he gave the press command earlier, it perhaps would have been called for double bouncing.
$192.5 on the bar for Caden Thompson of Canada. This will bring him to a 495 subtotal. Really close with McKinley, Awala and Zelstra. The podium bell will be exciting. Lies. That is a bit of work, but it's a good lift for the Canadian at 192.5.
Yeah, the fight for those podium positions is well and truly on. I can't wait to see the energy in here when the deadlifts start.
Absolutely. And definitely a man who will be gunning for a podium position is Joey Awala, up next on the platform at 195. This will be a 2.5 kilo personal best. It's unfortunately just not there. The 5 kilos, too big of a jump for Awala.
Yeah, he did shake his head quite early, and the left side spotter seemed to get the memo, but the right side seemed to think it was still going up, which is nice that the right side spotter had faith in him.
197.5 on the bar now for Isak Asperud of Norway. Going for a second time, unfortunately missed it on his second attempt. This time it's 3 white lights and he gets the 197.5. Now for the final 3 bench press attempts. These are very important from the perspective of the overall rankings. And the first of these 3 is also important from the perspective of who gets the bronze medal. Is it going to be Jordan McKinley or is it going to be the Kuwaiti from the B group? 210 kilos on the bar. That is 3 white lights and the American grabs the bench press bronze. 2 lifts remaining, which will not change the order, but can prove to be very much detrimental in the whole scope of the competition. 217.5 on the bar for Brandon Jones, USA. This will put him 15 kilos ahead of his teammate on subtotals.
This is still 2.5 kilos under Brandon's listed PB, so hopefully it is something that he is a weight that he is comfortable under.
It's a big struggle to lock out. No blues, but 2 yellows, unfortunately, from the side, and I did see a lot of movement coming from the hip region. We're gonna see the side replay hopefully here, and yeah, unfortunately, that was a bit too much to ignore.
Yeah, absolutely. The jury are looking at it, but with that amount of lift, it would be hard to deny what the side referees saw.
Absolutely, and we have one final attempt remaining in the bench press session. 222.5 for Ivo Bringa Zelstra of Netherlands. He already holds the bench press gold medal in his hands. This is for a 5 kilo personal best and for ever important kilos in the total. And it's a 2-to-1 good lift, a yellow from the center referee, which would worry me just a little bit.
McKinley from the USA. Silver medalist with 2.5. Jones also from the USA. Gold with Boringa, Netherlands, 2.5. 10 minutes before 10 minutes.
If it was a call, it's hard to see on the replay. Obviously, the replay doesn't have sound, so I think that lift is going to stand.
Yeah, I think the jury are okay with it, which means Zelstra walks home with the bench press gold, with Jones in silver and McKinley in bronze. We'll see you back in about 9 minutes time for deadlifts. Hello and welcome back to Costa Rica. I am Erasmus Vance, joined by Byron Lynch for the deadlift showdown in the 93 kilo juniors. We have 3 groups to get through to decide our 93 kilo world champion, and it's going to be exciting. For our C group, the openers are ranging from 212.5 kilos all the way to 295. So even in the C group, we're about to see, at least we hope so, deadlift attempts over 300 kilos.
Absolutely. The current world record stands at 367.5. We've got Srihan Raghu coming out now from South Africa with 212.5 kilos on the bar.
That is 3 white lights, a good lift for Raghu.
Yeah, he got it on the board, but I wouldn't say it looked super comfortable as an opener, to be honest. Oh, he's clutching his glute, hamstring there, maybe a little bit of cramp. Next out we have Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico with 220 kilos on the bar.
Three white lights and a good lift for Huertas. And yeah, for Raghu, there seemed to be a cramp, which they can appear, especially when you're cutting down weight. You lose electrolytes, you're water loading, then water cutting into category. But for Raghu, I don't think that was the case, because he weighed in at 83.99, barely in the 93 kilo category.
Maybe, I hope it is just cramp and not something more sinister, but I suppose we'll see if he comes out for his second, which he has listed on, so fingers crossed. Now we've got Gabriel Lopez from Peru with 235 kilos on the bar.
Three white lights and a good lift for Lopez.
The next lifter out will be Derek Calvo Quesada from Costa Rica, 237.5 on the bar. Two to one, it's a good lift. He did get a red from the centre referee for lockout. We'll have to see on the side angle, keeping in mind this is where the side referee would see his deadlift from.
I think it should be just about okay, but he's not gonna want to be any more forward than that.
Out now we have Tom Zabot from Belgium with 245 kilos on the bar. Oh, straight up and straight back for Tom there. Three white lights.
ready? Bar loaded.
Next up we have Mani Helgeson from Iceland with 265 kilos on the bar. This is 30.5 kilos under his deadlift PB. I'm assuming that is an Iceland junior record of some description. And a good lift there, 3 white lights.
Same weight, going to the hang.
Our next lifter, Andy Tanji Heng from Singapore, will be taking the same weight, 265 kilos on the bar. Three white lights, and it's a good lift for our Singaporean lifter. He is on the board.
217, Carlos Daniel Portas Montero, Costa Rica.
Our next lifter out will be Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero from Costa Rica,
Bar loaded.
270 kilos on the bar.
That is a comfortable opening attempt for Montero.
Nicolaus Caras Ruiz 275. Gabriel Vaso 30.
Our next lifter out will be Nikolaos Karas from Greece, 275 kilos on the bar. Three weights and a good lift there, looking very smooth for an opener.
C-group 295 for Gabriel Vaso, Brazil. Get ready.
Our next lifter out will be Gabriel Embasha from Brazil, 295 kilos on the bar, and this will be our last opening attempt from these C-group lifters before we move on to second attempts.
Bar loaded.
That is a very fast opening attempt. He's opting to use the knee sleeves on deadlift, which don't help much. Usually are used to cover up soft knees, although let's take a look on the replay. I don't see anything wrong with his knee lockout. See, what happens is the weight gets heavier. The 295 was very comfortable, but he's gonna have to pull deep into the 300s to have any sort of chance at a deadlift medal. So we'll see what happens.
Bar loaded.
Bar is getting loaded now for Shrihan Ragu with 220 kilos on the bar. This is just 5 kilos under his registered personal best.
Is 3 white lights a good lift?
35 from Victor Huertas, Puerto Rico.
I want to take a look on the replay because it seemed to me, even on the first attempt and here even more, he was practically shrugging the bar up. Of course, if you're not supporting it on the thighs and if it's not moving down, why not?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a particularly efficient way to pull that amount of weight. However, if it works for our South African lifter, it works for him. Next out we have Victor Huertas from Puerto Rico, 235 kilos on the bar. This will be a 5 kilo PB if he gets it. Yeah, 3 reds there. I would have said that his knees were quite soft at his lockout, and we can see on the replay. But 3 reds means that his coach can't question it with the jury, and the jury can't overturn it.
Well, it was not completely outrageous, but the knees definitely should be more straight.
Absolutely. I feel like this is it's a noticeable thing with lifters who tend to overextend at the top of their deadlift, that they almost soften their knees underneath the bar, and it stresses me out as a ref personally. We now have Derek Calvo Quesada from Costa Rica with 247.5 kilos on the bar, a 10 kilo jump up.
Looks about the same as his opening attempt, and it's 3 white lights again.
252.5 for Gabriel Lopez, Peru. Sabo, get ready. Power loaded.
Bar getting loaded now for Gabriel Lopez of Peru with 252.5 kilos. Three whites, and it is a good lift there for our Peruvian lifter.
Get ready.
Tom Zebo from Belgium will come out for 265 as well. This is just 5 kilos under his current personal best.
A pretty big jump of 20 kilos, but that is not uncommon on deadlifts.
No, not at this weight class. With the smaller weight classes it might be a little bit more uncommon, but we're starting to get to the heavier weightlifters now, so it's less of a percentage of their total weight and a less of a percentage of the weight that they're lifting.
White lights still looking very comfortable. Oh, he's surely on for at least having a go at a personal best.
Yeah, he made that look very fast and easy. Our next lifter out will be Andy Tan Ji Heng from Singapore with 280 kilos on the bar.
Bar loaded.
3 white lights and a good lift for Angie. Again, still looking comfortable in second round.
Get ready. Bar loaded.
Next out will be Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero with 285 kilos on the bar. Good lift there for our Costa Rican lifter.
287.5 for Manny Eliasson, Iceland. Nicolaus Canas, Greece, get ready. Bar loaded.
Next out will be Mani Helgason from Iceland, 287.5 kilos on the bar. Quite a substantial jump up with 22.5 kilos, but as you said, not unheard of in deadlift.
And it's still 8 kilos below his personal best, so pacing himself to beat that on the third attempt. Still looking strong.
Right side referee.
Waiting for the light from the right side referee.
3 white lights.
And it's 3 white ones. It is a good lift, and we have 2 attempts remaining in round 2.
Keeping in mind these are just the C flight lifters, we still have 2 groups of deadlifts to go, including the big battle at the top of our 93 kilo junior class. This is Nicolas Caras with 297.5 kilos on the bar, a significant 12.5 kilo PB if I'm reading that correctly. He'll be followed by Gabriel from Brazil.
White lights and a good lift.
312.5, Gabriele Marshall, this will be a 7.5 personal best. Sierra Leone, South Africa, get ready. Bar loaded.
Now we have Gabriel Imbasher with 312.5 kilos on the bar. Bar's just getting brushed now, which of course the coaches are in their right to ask for before the third attempt, where it is mandatory. Now the bar is on for Gabriel, and I'm sure you can hear the Brazilian supporters in the crowd.
Still looking fairly comfortable, and we'll see how deep into the 300s he can push, or rather pull.
We're now going into the third attempts here for the C-group lifters. This is how their results stand at the moment, but again keeping in mind that there are still 2 groups to come. We have hit over the 300 kilo mark with Gabriel's last attempt. Srihan Raghu coming out now for his last lift of the day, 235 kilos on the bar. This will be a nice 10 kilo deadlift PB should he get it.
It's a big battle. Unfortunately, starts to hitch, and you can do that in strongman. You cannot do that in powerlifting, unfortunately.
Attempt change.
We are having an attempt change in here in the C flight, which is a little bit unusual, but again, not unheard of. And coaches are within their rights to change last deadlift attempts up to twice before the bar is loaded call has been given. The bar is being loaded to 247.5 kilos now for Victor Huertas of Puerto Rico, and I believe it was him who changed his attempt. I'm not sure whether it was up or down.
I think it was to just try and beat Ragu on total. It's a big battle for the Puerto Rican, but the bar just gets stuck right above the knees, unfortunately. That will be a no lift, although that is wrong lights for a unfinished lift.
Start at 260.
Yeah, of course, an unfinished lift. It should be yellow lights.
5 more attempts.
However, if he did get the down command, it could simply be that the refs did not see it locked out, because it was indeed not locked out. Next up will be Derek Calvo Quesada from Costa Rica with 260 kilos on the bar. This will be an equal deadlift PB should he get it.
His personal best. Bar loaded.
I want to wait for the lights on this one. Unfortunately, there is a 2-to-1 no lift, a blue and a red, insufficient lockout and either downward movement or supporting on the thighs.
I think an argument could almost be made for either blue infractions there, which is a shame because he did give it his best attempt, but of course we have to go by the rules. The bar is being cleaned now for Gabriel Lopez of Peru with 265 kilos.
Bar loaded.
Does manage to pull it, but what do the refs say? It's 2-to-1. It is a good lift, and that is our first third deadlift on the board in the C flight.
The openers of the B-group.
There is a red from the left side referee, so we will take a look at the sufficiency of the lockout. It could be argued either way.
And I think the jury are arguing either way. I don't see... Ooh. And they have overruled. I spoke too soon. Unfortunately, no third attempts on the board yet for this C flight of lifters.
And that is a surprising skill you need to have as a commentator, to read faces from the jury. One of the most important things in some of the most tense moments of championships comes down to the jury.
Tom Zabo out now from Belgium with 275 kilos on the bar and a lot of support. The front row of the crowd on their feet, supporting him as he pulls it. Oh.
That is unfortunate. He did look good on his second attempt for... The 10 kilos did not seem unreasonable, but unfortunately just not there.
2 more attempts to reach the openers of the B-group. Next to John from Tanzania, Singapore, 295. This will be a new personal best of 5 kilos. Mani Anderson, Iceland, get ready. Bar loaded.
Coming out now for his third attempt, Andy Tanji Heng from Singapore, 295 kilos on the bar, and it'll be a nice 5 kilo PB attempt.
Unfortunately, another no lift in round 3, and so far a tower of red is building up. We have 4 attempts remaining in the C group. 300 kilos are up for all 4 final pulls.
Bar is loaded now for Mani Helgason of Iceland with 300 kilos.
And that is 3 white lights, our first green box in the 3rd round of the 93 Junior C group. 300 kilos, a big milestone for Helgason.
The bar stays at 300 kilos for Carlos Daniel Rojas Montero of Costa Rica.
That is unfortunately a no-lift, but he gave it a really good go in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, and he's in good spirits and the crowd supports him regardless. We have 2 lifters left in this flight of deadlifts before we move on to our B group. Starting with Nicolas Karas from Greece, 302.5 kilos on the bar.
The bar just falls out of his hands as he receives the down command. That was quite a fight, but it's hard to get a bar past those ginormous quads.
And there is one more lifter in the C flight here this evening, Gabriel Embaixar from Brazil, looking to pull 325 kilos, which looks really nice on that bar, I might say.
And the Brazilians are building up the hype. be a big personal best for the Brazilian. Unfortunately cannot get past his knees, which means Helgason will be the sole successful attempt in round 3 as we move on into the B group.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see more greens with these third attempts coming, these B and A flights. But when you are in the C group at a competition like this, there is not much you have to lose by pushing it to the absolute limit, which is possibly how these people got to have red lights.
Absolutely, each and every athlete wants to push to the limit, but of course you misjudge it by 2.5 kilos, sometimes half a kilo, and it is just too much. Starting off, our B group will be Zachariah Cummings, opening at 260 kilos. The openers once again ranging all the way up to 300. Three white lights and a good lift for Zachariah.
Next up will be Jordan Ray Wilson. Nicholas. Bars loaded.
And the bar is loaded for Huise Thomas of Switzerland, 260 kilos on the bar. Couple more openers following on that weight.
The first few lifters in this fight are opening on 260, so their order would have been determined by their lot number.
3 white lights, a good lift. Same way once
3
again,
white lights and a good lift for Thomas. As mentioned, at the same weight, there is 2 more opening attempts to follow. And already on the platform we have Jordan Ray Wilson. Another comfortable first attempt. And our final opening attempt at 260 is Benjamin Alejandro Contreras of Chile. Three white lights and a good lift.
270 this time. Get ready. Followed it.
$270 on the bar for Andras Gerlai of Hungary. And a comfortable opening attempt.
To the one,
A yellow from the left side referee though.
285.
Let's see, in deadlift there is usually a skipped command or letting go of the bar too soon, which I was slightly worried of. Yeah, with that right hand, that was playing with fire there. He's gonna want to hold on all the way to the ground.
Absolutely. The rules state that the deadlift does need to be in control right the way back to the floor. I feel like quite a few of these young lifters, they're quite hyped up when they come out for their deadlifts, and it isn't necessarily a thought that they're having to hold on to the bar.
Adrian Rivadera, absolutely no trouble on 280 kilos.
Get ready. Bar loaded.
And the bar is loaded with 285 for Jose Perez Nova.
And a very easy looking opener there from our Spaniard with 3 white lights.
Get ready.
Two opening attempts remaining, and next up on the bar is Mohammad Al Hajeri, 290 kilos for the Kuwaiti lifter. Three white lights and a good lift.
Loaded.
$300 kilos on the bar for Parth Mehta for the final opening attempt of the B group. Looking comfortable.
Very comfortable, and he held it at the top for a good while there. He did get a lockout call from the centre referee, so we'll have a look on the replay and see if we can see what the centre referee saw.
The second attempt starts with on the platform.
To be honest, I cannot really see. That lockout seemed sufficient, but of course it's all about experience and perspective. And going into round 2, we have everyone on the board, of course in Mehta with 300 kilos leading the B group, but not in overall first place deadlift currently, still belonging to the Brazilian lifter from the C group for the time being. 272.5 now for Zachariah Cummings. That is unfortunately a no lift for Zachariah.
Yeah, he seemed a little bit slow coming off the floor, which is something we see more with sumo deadlifts as opposed to conventional. I am worried that perhaps his grip isn't there, maybe he's not feeling 100%, but we did wonder that when it came to his bench press, and it was quite a way under his PB.
$275 now on the bar for Jordan Ray Wilson. And that is 3 white lights, a good lift.
Get ready. Powerlifting.
$275 for Benjamin Contreras. 3 white lights. Good lift, and a somewhat confused reaction from Benjamin. It was a bit of work though. $280 on the bar for Fujiset Thomas of Switzerland. 20-kilo jump. Not a problem on squats, but from the looks of it, not holding him back too much on deadlift. This will be 3 kilos below his personal best. Strong looking second attempt. $285 on the bar for Andras Gerlai of Hungary. First one was really comfortable, and the second one seems no different.
2-1, a yellow from this side referee. As you said, yellow for deadlifts seem to be for calls or drop in the bar, so we'll be interested to see what the side referee has seen here. Yeah, it does look like he has let the bar go if anything was going to be called up as an infraction. However, the jury doesn't seem to be looking at it with too much interest, so I think that lift will stand.
I would agree. And already on the platform, 300 kilos for Adrian Rivadera. Very smooth second attempt there. Sets him up well for a personal best. Mohammad Al-Hajeri now, 310 kilos on the bar. White lights and still looking strong. interesting thing to point out is his wrapped hand that is usually not allowed, but you can get a special permission from the jury if you get injured during warm-ups, lifting or otherwise. Obviously we don't want people bleeding all over the platform and the bar while they attempt a deadlift.
Absolutely, and I believe our Kuwaiti deadlifter got permission from Robert Keller, our Secretary General, so it stands.
Same weight on the bar for Jose Perez Nova. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
2020 for India. India. Cummings, get ready. Followed it.
$320 kilos on the bar now for Parth Nehta of India.
Three white lights, it's a good lift for our Indian lifter.
6 attempts to change the openers of the A-group. 6 attempts to change the openers of the A-group. Next lifter out, Zachariah Cummings, New Zealand, 272.5. Jordan Ray Wilson, get ready. All loaded.
$272.5 to start off round 3 for Zachariah Cummings. Unfortunately could not get it on his second attempt. We'll see if he can get it on his third. Looks better this time. He does lock it out, and that is 3 white lights for Zachariah Cummings.
252.5 for Jordan Ray Wilson, New Zealand. 7.5 kilos off, 2.5 kg personal best. Get ready.
$282.5 now on the bar for Jordan Ray Wilson.
Bar loaded.
Three white lights and an excellent third pull.
To 90 poses Contreras chilling. Andras get ready. 4 more attempts to change the openers of the A-group. Bar loaded.
290 kilos on the bar for Benjamin Alejandro Contreras. white lights, a good lift.
Thomas, please get ready. It's a 10 kilo jump for Gerlai Hongas. It will be a 5 kg personal best.
295 on the bar for Andras Gerlai of Hungary. 5 kilo personal best.
Bar loaded.
And he is hyping up the crowd for the final pole. Unfortunately, a no lift, just loses the bar, loses the balance right above his knees.
297.5 for Thomas Friedrich, Switzerland. Get ready.
I think he could have pulled through that if he didn't start tipping backwards, and that's a danger of sumo technique.
Bar is loaded. This will be a 14 kg personal best in competition.
297.5 on the bar for Fujice Thomas. 17.5 kilo jump for a big personal best. 14.5 kilos. Three white lights and a good lift. And we have 4 attempts remaining before we move into into Group A. 320 kilos on the bar for Muhammad Al-Hajeri. This will be a big deadlift and total personal best for him.
The bar is loaded. 320 for Mohamed Al-Hajeri.
I think his knees don't unlock there. It's a 2-to-1 good lift. A red light from the left side referee. The jury will take a look at that, and in the replay I'm wondering at what point he received the down command, because the knees definitely did unlock. We have an attempt change for Nechta. 320 on the bar now for Adrian Rivadera of Argentina. 15 kilo personal best here.
And he locks it out. What does the ref say? 3 whites and a good lift for his third.
332.5 for Jose Perez Nova, España. 22.5 kilo jump for 10 kg personal best. Last one out will be Mark Mehta from India.
2 attempts remaining in the round, and the first will be Jose Perez Nova of Spain. 332.5 on the bar. You try and jump in front of Mehta in the placings. It's gonna be a 9 kilo personal best for the Spaniard. And not an unreasonable jump after going from 285 to 310. It's unfortunately a no lift for Perez, and our final attempt in the B group will be 340 kilos for Parth Mehta of India. And the 340 does not seem completely unreasonable to try and position himself for a possibility of a deadlift medal, especially with such a tight battle in the A group for the overall podium spots. There might be misses, and a 340 might position him well to try and capitalize on any misses in Group A. And there he comes.
Absolutely, this is a 20 kilo jump up from his second attempt, but he took a 20 kilo from his first and it seemed to work for him.
Seconds, India.
You can see him just chalking up.
30 seconds.
And he's on the platform.
20 seconds.
Playing with time a little bit. And unfortunately a no lift for the Indian athlete. And that wraps up Group B. We'll be going straight into the great decider, the A group deadlifts, where the title fight will begin and end.
265.
Yeah, absolutely. We have some big deadlifters coming up, and that battle at the top is very tight. And as you said, misses can happen and we can be surprised. However, looking at these openers, I think our B group lifters would be lucky to see the podium.
There will have to be significant missing even in round 2 for a chance of a B group medal here. So I am practically counting that out. Not 100% always. It's never 100% until the comp is over, but fairly unlikely. And we have Isak Asperud of Norway opening at 265. Nice and comfortable opener with 3 white lights for Isak. Our openers ranging up to 337.5 for Emmanuel Olatunji, which is 30 kilos off the world junior record and a further 5 of the world open record, standing at 373. So perhaps not out of reach. Next at the bar is Jacob Nilsson of Sweden, 280 kilos on the bar.
was a good opening attempt from the Swede. 3 white lights and he's on the board there.
290. Netherlands, get ready. The bar is loaded.
290 kilos on the bar for Caden Thompson. Definitely one of the podium contenders, but there is a lot of them.
Three white lights there, and it's a good lift for Caden. He's on the board, and you need to be in it to win it.
Absolutely, and the next lifter who will try to be in it to win it is Ivo Buringa Zijlstra of Netherlands. 290 kilos on the bar for an 800 kilo total going into second round. And another fairly comfortable opening deadlift.
Good lift. 295 for Jakub Slovakia. Ryan Jones, get ready.
Our next lifter on platform will be Jakub Belak of Slovakia, opening at 295. He was an absolute force to be reckoned with in the sub-juniors. First year as a junior. He's a bit outside the podium fight, but definitely has plenty of time to grow and get better.
Wow, and that was a snappy opener there.
3 white lights, almost aggressive.
297.5 for Brennan Jones, USA. Myron Densky, get ready. Bar loaded.
297.5 on the bar now for one of our contenders for the top podium spots, Brandon Jones, USA. Three white lights and a good lift for Jones.
Myron Densky, Poland, 310. Joey Awala, get ready. The bar is loaded.
Miron Dymski of Poland, 310 kilos now. And another comfortable opening attempt from the Polish lifter.
The bar is loaded. Next out, Denzel Chismata.
Joey Awala next out, already on the platform, 310 kilos.
It's a fair chunk lower than his current deadlift PB of 335, but as we've said the whole way through this competition, the openers should be something relatively smooth to get the lifters on the board, and then they can start pushing kilos.
And that is not relatively smooth, that is objectively smooth there for Joey.
3:15 for the Netherlands.
He's on the board and into the fight. Four pretty serious contenders for podium spots at this point, and we have at least another two coming. 3:15 on the bar for Denzel Gisberta.
Bar loaded.
Another strong opener, 3 white lights for Denzel.
Yeah, the Dutchman's looking very, very strong today.
Manuel Olatunji, GB, get ready. Bar is loaded.
We have 2 attempts remaining, and it's the 2 athletes with perhaps the greatest chance of approaching the World Junior and perhaps the World Open record. Jordan McKinley will be first up at 320 kilos, opening 33 kilos below his personal best. But at these weights, a 30 kilo jump to a second is something that happens on a fairly regular basis. And after something like that, I think it might. The speed of that was unbelievable.
It was. I blinked and I missed it, so I'll have to watch it on the replay.
And that was without baby powder. Probably needs the extra friction of his legs, otherwise the bar would fly over his head. One final opening attempt remaining, 337.5 for Emmanuel Olatunji. 337.5, a personal best of 362.5. That is 5 kilos off the World Junior record. A further 6 of the World Open record, and if this moves well, we might see at least one of them or possibly both broken. He was 40 kilos back on subtotals, but such a monstrous deadlift that he will be right back up in the podium game with this. And that is smooth.
Yeah, that is a good opening deadlift from our British athlete, and I think that may blow the game wide open.
I think it did. I think it did, and round 2 is looking to be cooking. Standings after round 1, we have Olatunji in the lead, with Mehta still in second and Al Hajeri still in third, but of course subject to quite a lot of change. And in the overall leaderboard, we have McKinley leading at 8:30 with Jones in silver at 8:22.5 and Olatunji at 8:05 in third. Of course, all subject to quite a bit of change in the following rounds, and we have 3:02.5 on the bar for Jacob Nelson of Sweden. That is not 3:02.5 on the bar. Wrong name. That was Isak Asperud of Norway. 285, but unfortunately a no lift.
Yeah, quite a bit went wrong there. We'll see if we can see what started it on the replay. I'm not 100% sure what did go wrong there. He looks to be quite uncomfortable walking off the platform as well, so I hope it's not an injury.
Let's hope it's not an injury indeed. And it's 3:02.5 on the bar now for Jacob Nilsson of Sweden. 3 white lights, a good lift for the Swede.
305 from Stephen Thompson, Canada. You will make us sit tight. Get ready. Bar loaded.
And the bar is loaded with 305 for Caden Thompson of Canada, 15 kilo jump. One of the possible podium contenders if everything goes his way and not in the way of other competitors.
And that's a good lift there from our Canadian lifter. 3 white lights.
Get ready.
.305 on the bar for Ivo Buringa Zelstra. Strong second attempt with 3 white lights for the Dutchman. Definitely one of the contenders for the podium. Jakub Belak coming onto the platform next, going for 312.5 kilos, 2.5 off his deadlift personal best, 17.5 kilo jump. White lights and a strong looking second attempt.
Yeah, he's probably got a lot of gas left in the tank for his third, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of jump they make.
Ordered it.
.320 kilos now for one of our top contenders for the podium spots, Brandon Jones of the United States. Three white lights definitely look heavier than his second attempt, but still some left there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got room to grow, but it will depend on what his other competitors post. And I imagine Team GB, Team Netherlands, Team USA will be playing the numbers game with third deadlifts.
Absolutely, I am 100% sure it's going to be coming down to the wire for every single position. Bar gold perhaps, but even gold might be under threat if there is any sign of struggle from McKinley. .325 on the bar for Joey Awala. slightly heavy towards the lockout, but still a very comfortable second attempt and 3 white lights.
Provisional deadlift silver.
Jumps back into the top 3, but there is lifting to be had.
The bar is loaded.
Miron Dembski of Poland going for 330 kilos, already a 5 kilo personal best in round 2. Definitely a bit of a worker towards the lockout, but it's 3 white lights, a good second attempt.
Yeah, perhaps not as big a jump in him for his third, but we will have to see what the Polish coach puts in.
This one will also be provisional deadlift silver. The bar
332.5 for Denzel Gisberta of Netherlands. Perhaps not quite in the heat of the podium battle, but this will be right up there in the deadlift podium fight. And unfortunately just loses his grip at the top. That is unfortunately gonna be a no lift.
I think the strength there, I think he possibly just needs to chalk up a little bit more to get that down command solid, but that might shake things up for the third round of deadlifts.
We'll see what the third round brings, but we have 2 more attempts remaining in round 2, and we are edging ever closer to those record numbers. 350 kilos on the bar for Jordan McKinley.
Thank you, spotter. So 350 for Jordan McKinney, the bar is loaded.
That is 3 white lights and a good lift for McKinley, and he pulls well into the lead at 860. The closest chaser going into round 3 will be Jones at 845.
Great Britain, 357.5.
And now for the man with perhaps the greatest chance for a deadlift record today, and definitely also in podium contention, Emmanuel Olatunji of Great Britain, jumping 20 kilos to 357.5. Still 5 kilos off his personal best, so very reasonable second attempt. That is 3 white lights for Emmanuel, and there is definitely a record attempt in play here, which he's gonna need weighing in at 92.99. The chip will very much come in handy now.
Yeah, he's just right on the edge of that weight class. I believe he is the heaviest in there because there is nowhere to go from 92.99.
10 grams is 10 grams.
Maybe just a haircut and he'd be a bit lighter.
And going into round 3, we're starting off with Isak Asperud of Norway, reattempting 285. A 2-to-1 good lift. A red from the center referee.
A red on deadlift is for lockout, so we'll be interested to see what it looks like on the side here. I think that looks fine and on par with his other deadlifts, but I am not on the jury, so I can't make that decision.
And the jury seem to agree with you. I think it will stand 312.5 on the bar for Jacob Nielsen of Sweden. Three white lights and a good lift. He's going to finish at a 785 total.
315 for David Thompson, Canada. 10 kilo jump, 7.5 kg personal best, provisional 4th position in the class. Very important 15 points. Moringa Centra, get ready. The bar is loaded.
315 kilos on the bar for Caden Thompson now. So jump him up to 4th place overall.
And you can hear the Canadian supporters in the crowd. They've been really loud this week, which is awesome.
And a big fight. But unfortunately too much for the Canadian today.
Yeah, not quite there, but he gave it a good crack.
315 for the Netherlands and Monico Zelstra. 10 kilo jump for 5 kg personal best. Provisional 3rd position in the class. Bar is loaded. Jakub Belak, get ready.
Next lifter at the bar with a shot at the podium. Ivo Buringa Zelstra of Netherlands, 315 kilos on the bar to bring him into bronze medal overall. And unfortunately just loses grip on the lockout.
Yeah, that is disappointing, but he seems in good spirits as he walks off.
Oh, he did grab a bench press gold medal to take home.
10 kilo jump for 12.5 kg personal best. Next up,
327.5 on the bar now for Jakub Belak. This will be a 12.5 kilo personal best for the Slovakian lifter. 790 total as a first-year junior. The down command, and there is 3 white lights, a good lift for Belak with a black flip.
What a back flip. He definitely prepared himself for that one. Belt down, made sure there was no danger around.
And we are seeing more and more hybrid athletes here.
Yeah, one big deadlift, one big back flip. Seems to be necessary with some of the junior boys.
332.5 on the bar now for Denzel Gisberta of Netherlands. Just barely missed it on his second attempt. This will bring him onto the deadlift podium, but with 5 lifters to follow, it is all but guaranteed. And unfortunately, he cannot get the 332.5.
Yeah, you can see how much it means to these lifters coming into these final deadlifts, whether there's placings at stake, medals at stake, records at stake. It's all on the line with these last deadlifts.
Absolutely. It's going to come down to the wire.
This will match his personal best on the platform.
And next up will be Joey Awala, 335 on the bar for the British athlete. This is to match his personal best, but much more importantly, bring him to a provisional deadlift and total bronze. It is quite a struggle, and unfortunately it's 2 blue lights.
The jury is reviewing it, and the GB coach is making his way over quite quickly. Blue can be for a couple of things on deadlift. It can be for double movement or hitching. They are having a look.
Second to first in the class.
It's fairly hard to support the bar on your thighs when the bar does not reach the thighs.
The jury is just clarifying where the calls came from and what they were for, so they can understand what the referees saw at the time, and that will help inform their decision as well.
And of course, these are very important lifts. If there is a reason to make it a good lift, it should be made a good lift. Now for a shot at the title, Brandon Jones of the United States of America, 337.5 on the bar. And he's going big. He's having a shot at the title, meanwhile risking an attack from Olatunji in third currently. A big fight for the American, but just gets stuck at the knees, and that will be it. He's in silver at 8:45 for the time being, but Olatunji with his current attempt would overtake him. But we have to mention that his current attempt is 380 kilos, which is way above the World Open deadlift record.
Yeah, there is, and there has been an attempt change, but 380 coaches play the games with other coaches' minds. It can be a placeholder. Maybe Emmanuel's just feeling super strong today. We'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely, the 380 for most lifters would be an obvious placeholder, but Olatunji, the 357.5 was comfortable enough so that 380 might linger in the back of someone's head as a reasonable attempt.
There's been stranger things than 22.5 kilo jumps and deadlifts.
340 kilos now for Miron Dembski, who will be walking home with a deadlift bronze. It's an absolute grinder, wow, but unfortunately cannot lock it out. He is still in deadlift bronze and will remain there.
Yeah, he just got stuck at his knees again, which seems to be a sticking point for a lot of our lifters, particularly when they're pulling sumo.
2 lifts remaining in the 93s now, and first of them will be Jordan McKinley, United States of America, 357.5 for a World Sub-Junior total record. Currently stands at 863. This will give him 867.5.
For a World Junior total record, the bar is loaded for Jordan McKinley, USA!
And there comes Jordan McKinley. He has pretty much guaranteed himself the title in the 93s. This is for an 867.5 total for a new total World Junior record. And with a roar from the crowd, there is 3 white lights, a new World Junior total record for McKinley, who will be going home with the title and a record. And we have another record attempt waiting.
Not just a junior record, it is an open record.
It is an open record, and we said the chip will come in handy. This is 378 for Emmanuel Olatunji. This is to pull by half a kilo ahead of Jones for overall silver and grab a World Junior and Open deadlift records. Doing it, and the entire hall is on their feet. There he comes out on the platform. But got stuck at his knees, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your final pull in the 93 kilo juniors. What a battle it has been. Let's take another look at that. Got it to his knees. Unfortunately, would not go any further up. But what a performance, and McKinley will be taking home the deadlift gold on bodyweight from Olatunji, with Dembski from Poland in deadlift bronze. In your overall standings, Jordan McKinley is walking home your 93 kilo junior world champion with a new junior total record of 867.5, with Brandon Jones in silver and Emmanuel Olatunji in bronze. Thank you for being with us today. We'll see you back tomorrow, and stay on the live stream for the medal ceremony.
Robert Keller, Secretary General of the IPF, and Dietmar Wolf, Vice President of the IPF. All lifters of this day will be given a participation medal. So we'll start things off with the squat events. Bronze medalist with a best attempt of 300 kilos from Great Britain, Joey Owala. Silver medalist with a best attempt of 307.5 from Canada, Caden Thompson. With 312.5, squat gold goes to the USA and Brandon Jones. Thank you. With 210, bench press bronze goes to USA and Jordan McKinley. Silver medalist with a personal best attempt 212.5 from the USA, Brandon Jones. And with 222.5, bench press gold goes to the Netherlands and Ivo Boringa-Zewska. Thank you. In the deadlift events, bronze medalist with 330 from Poland, Myron Dembski. Silver medalist with 357.5 from GB, Emmanuel Olatunji. And with the same 67.5. From the USA, gold goes to Jordan McKinley. Thank you. Now it is time for the final places. Bronze medalist of the class with 8.25 from Great Britain, Emmanuel Olatunji. Silver medalist, the title of vice champion with 8.45 from the USA, Brandon Jones. And the 2025 IBF World Junior Champion of the 90 degrees with 8.67.5 from the USA, Jordan McKinley. Now I'm going to ask everyone in the crowd to stand up, please, for the national anthem of the USA. Please, everyone, stand up. You are the best 90 junior in the world. Thanks to all of the referees that officiated during this fight. We thank the spotters and obviously to all the athletes and you guys in the crowd. And behind the technical controller, one last lap of honor for our 90 degrees. Keep in mind that tomorrow the first session starts at 8, not 9. Tomorrow the first session starts at 8 in the morning with one of us.